Hi, hello, what's up? It's Gokuma, and welcome to the channel. And tonight, going to be playing some more of Pokemon Trading Card Game 2. Last time I played, finally made it to the Great Rocket Island or whatever, and they have like a I don't know casino-ish type area where you get chips and you can bet and gamble with them in different games. And I did the card dungeon where you play and you bet um chips against each player. And uh basically they're based off of different chess pieces. So it starts, with the pawn, and then it goes to, like, I don't know, the rook, the bishop, the horsey, I don't, yeah. um Eventually you get to the queen, um and the queen is the last one. Like, there's no king. um so I did that, and that was basically it. So I think now I can actually go and formally start, beating the gym leaders or whatever, so I can try progress through the game. Basically, what they did with this game is that when you start the game, they made the um the island that you were in the first game, like the starting island. And then once you completed that, then you go to Great Island, which is where um the main story takes place in. And that's what I'm finally working towards after trying to do like a bunch of games, trying to unlock more cards and stuff. And I really didn't unlock anything at all that's like more useful or helpful to me than I had now. um this game is pretty cheap, though. Like, there's some people that have like really cheap decks. Because I have a fighting deck, I've had the issue of fighting against decks that have like flying monsters, and they just seem to have a resistance. And I don't recall like having that issue when, with like when I was like a fire card and fighting against like water Pokemon or something. um where there's like a resistance. I know in the game, I believe in the card game itself, there's a resistance there, I think. I don't know, it's been so long, so I don't remember. But I don't know. I keep having issues with that, or issues with decks that have Pokemon that deal status effects. Which sucks because it's like, unless you have cards that let you switch out Pokemon, which I don't bother to put in. I should, but I don't. Um, and the computer has like stupid luck, anyways, when it comes to stuff like that. It's like, if they want to like paralyze you or put you to sleep or whatever the fuck, like they'll flip the coin, they'll do it. Um, because it seems like it's predetermined in some way what coin they're gonna flip. Like what side of the coin they're gonna flip, what side of the coin you're gonna flip. It's already like predetermined, and most of the time it's not in your favor. On occasion it is, because the game can't be like, make it obvious it's cheating. It's like, see, like, it worked out for you like this one time out of 10. Like, clearly the game's not trying to cheat against you or anything. But yeah, this game is pretty ridiculous. Like, the first game, I didn't really have to cheat or anything. I just had to make like a really good deck. And some matches were of course like more difficult than others, but I don't know, I was able to get through it just fine. But this game, it's like, nah, like people got like fucking cheap as hell decks. So but anyways, yeah, I almost streamed last night because I had a movie night at my place. We watched the latest Superman movie that came out. I had a buddy who he's been on the stream before, um, who he's never watched Superman, and he wanted to see it. So I'm like, okay, like we can, um, see it. And also, like, I ended up making a thing out of it. Like, I ended up like inviting people over, um, to watch the movie, as well. So yeah, so we all watched the movie. Afterwards, we hung out for a bit. We played the game Injustice. And of course, for everyone it was like their first time playing, or they don't really play like much in the way of fighting games or anything. Um, and I'm really like not that good at NetherRealm games, really. Like, to be honest, like, of all the different fighting game companies that are there, you got your Capcoms and your Namcos and your SNKs and your Arxis and your NetherRealms. Um NetherRealm, I'm like the fucking worst at. Like, I've always been, despite the fact that I played most of their games. I've played Mortal Kombat since it came out. I've played, um, I pretty much played like every Mortal Kombat slash NetherRealm game. Not all of them I completed. Like, I didn't finish Mortal Kombat 11. I Um, I played a little bit of Mortal Kombat 1, but I never finished it. And I played Injustice 2, but never really like I didn't finish that one either. Um, but I basically played them all and like, completed like most of them. Um, but yeah, no, I'm really horrible when it comes to NetherRealm games. It's just how it is. Like, I can't be good at um at everything. So with yeah, so with Mortal Kombat games, like, yeah, I'm like the worst at. Like, I'm really like not that good. And then sometimes it's like I'll do like cool shit or whatever. And like when I was playing with my friends, like they'll be like, "Oh, like, like I'll say like I'm not that good, and then I'll do something like really cool, and then they'll be like, you're like, see, like that was really good, what are you talking about? It's like, no, this is dog shit. Like, this is me playing like fucking shit. It's like, oh wow, I got like a fucking 5-hit combo or something. Like, dude, no, that's garbage. um so uh yeah, yeah, I don't know, I've just, for some reason, NetherRealm games have never like clicked with me, like, mechanically or anything. Like, first off, in Mortal Kombat, like, just having like a whole dedicated block button throws me off. Like, it just throws me off completely. So of course, like, I'm a little bit more comfortable with Injustice because I can hold back, but it's still like, in a Mortal Kombat, it's Mortal Kombat, but in a DC skin. And I think maybe it's like it might be considered a little bit more easier to play, than a Mortal Kombat. But it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. I'm still gonna play like shit. So, but everything else, like, I'm fine at. Like, most other, like, game companies like Styles, or even if it's company that where they have games that has multiple different styles, like, I'm still like fine at. Um, but no, it's just when it comes to NetherRealm games, like, nah, nah. Probably for the most part, I think next up would be like Arxis games, at least in regards to like Blaze Blue and Guilty Gear. I'm okay at those games, but like those games have like really crazy like inputs you put in, and a lot of characters have like very gimmick stuff that they do, and um and again, it's like I've played some Guilty Gear over the course of my life, but I haven't really played, I think, since like Xrd. I think that was the last Guilty Gear I kind of like got into, but that was it. And then Blaze Blue, I think I played like the first couple iterations of Blaze Blue, and again, it's like I really like those games, and I did fairly okay in them, but I don't feel like very comfortable like playing it, considering how like I don't know, just how weird and crazy um like everything is. um and then and then Dragon Ball Fighters, I never really played that against people. I did play that like on my own, and with that, like I felt like I did okay, because I think the point is for that is to make it like more casual and easier to play. So for the most part, like I did, I think I did okay. But there's still like a lot of mechanics and stuff that the game has that I don't think I utilized um very well. And to me, I think it was like a little bit more trickier to play than something like a Marvel versus Capcom or something. um but Marvel took on, I seem to feel I felt mostly fine with that. I think it took a little bit getting used to, but once I sat there and like kind of learned all the different like mechanics and stuff, then it's like okay, like I started like really getting into it. But I need to sit there and learn how to do like the fucking crazy ass shit that some people were doing when I was trying to play online. um so it's like sometimes there's like layers uh to this, because like NetherRealm games, they've only made like the Mortal Kombat and the Injustices, and I have difficulty with both, even though with the Injustice I have like a slightly easier and better time than a Mortal Kombat, but still. And then with with Arxis, I have I think I have like like the hardest time with like Guilty Gear. And then I think Blaze Blue wasn't as bad. And then Dragon Ball Fighters, I was okay. And then Marvel Tokon, like I was fine. But I think that was also purposeful in their design, because I'm sure they knew that that Arxis, when it comes to Marvel Tokon, that they were going to not only attract other Arc System Works players to it, but particularly Dragon Ball Fighters. But also, they knew like they were going to get the Marvel vs. Capcom crowd. Like that crowd of people were going to be curious and interested and wanted to, or at the very least would be interested in playing this game, and maybe at the end of the day might like convert into that game, but that remains to be seen. Like we got to wait till we actually have like a full-blown we start having full-blown tournaments, and then seeing like who, what are the people that are entering, that are entering this game. Are we getting like you know all all new players? Are we getting players from like, a mix of games? Are we getting other Arxis players? Are we getting other Dragon Ball Fighters characters? Like who the fuck are we getting? Like who's coming into this game? Are people who played Marvel vs. Capcom, like are they coming in? Like it's tough to say. But I'm sure like there needed to be some familiarity, because yeah, they might be not only attracting the Dragon Ball Fighters people, but maybe the Marvel versus Capcom people, possibly. Um, so then if we go over to Namco. Namco has all the 3D fighters and shit. And Tekken, I'm like fine with. I may not be like crazy good or anything like remotely that, but I feel fine when I play. Like I feel comfortable when I play. When I play Tekken, same thing with Soul Calibur. Um, are those the only Namco fighting games? Tekken and Soul Calibur? I guess so. I guess. um, but yeah, no, but I feel fine with both those games. Um, SNK. Um, to be honest, like, of course, I haven't really played the latest Fatal Fury game, and I haven't really played much of Fatal Fury in the past. Like, as far as SNK goes, I mean, well, I did play Garo Mark of the Wolves, and that was cool. So it's like, okay, so I can play that a bit. But really, it's like, if we're talking about playing SNK fighting games, like the only, other than playing like other games here and there, like Neo Geo Battle Coliseum or SNK versus Capcom, like stuff like that. It's like King of Fighters. And King of Fighters, like I feel great at. I feel really comfortable playing, even though, it's doing like inputs and stuff, like it can be, to me, I think, a bit more difficult than Street Fighter. Um, but ultimately, like I felt fine playing. Like in fact, like King of Fighters is, one of my favorite like fighting game series to play. So I feel great and comfortable playing those. I have a lot of characters in those games that are some of my like favorites or go-to characters. So of course you have like Kyo, Iori, um, you know, Terry, Kim, Ralph, um, King, and some others that I can't think of right now, or like just other characters that like I picked up a few times, and it's like, oh, like you're kind of cool. Oh, K or K dash, whatever the fuck his name is. So yeah, so there's quite a few characters that like I picked up on that I feel like very comfortable to play as. Hold on real quick. I got a message. So, um, yeah, so that's Namco, and then I mean not Namco, SNK. SNK. Um, and then there's Capcom, who like I've played countless of their fighting games, and I think for the most part, like I think I'm pretty comfortable like playing all their games. I mean, especially like after playing through um the Capcom fighting collections last year. um I don't think there was, I don't recall like there being any game that I felt like weird or uncomfortable or off like playing. Like I felt, I think most part fine. I think the only game that I felt like not too comfortable or weird playing is um was Tatsunoko versus Capcom. Like that game felt really weird to play to me. Like I could not like get good in that game because I don't know, it didn't necessarily like felt like you were playing like a traditional Mars Capcom, even though it was of that style, but it did not feel quite like it. And a lot of the characters like really weren't that good to play as. Um and I don't know, like everyone felt off and different to play. Like yeah, I really didn't like that game that much. Um but other than that, yeah, no, I think when it comes to Capcom fighters, because most of them always play like very similarly, even if it's um even if it's like a different type of game or something, like, so whether it's like a 2D 1v1, whether it's like, you know um whether it's Street Fighter, whether it's Marvel, whether it's a tag fighter, whether it's a 3D fighter, except for like maybe something like Power Stone, because that plays like way different than most other Capcom fighters. It could be a mech fighter, out, fucking Darkstalkers, like whatever. It's like they all play like pretty similarly, but what separates them is, like certain either mechanics or styles or things that you can do in those particular games. But for the most part, like I felt fine like playing most Capcom games. um like Street Fighter, I've played since the get-go. Most Street Fighter games I'm okay playing with. Street Fighter 5 I feel like I do struggle with. um it's not that it's bad or anything, but it's just, unfortunately, there's just something about Street Fighter 5 that, even though like I'm still, yeah, actively playing Street Fighter 5, I still have to finish up the arcade modes and whatnot. But and I forgot where I was at. Like, did I finish Street Fighter 3 or do I have to do Street Fighter 3? I don't remember. Fuck. Anyways, um but yeah, I don't know. It's just of all the Street Fighters, like Street Fighter 5, like I do kind of struggle with, even though, like, of course I know how to play and I know what I'm like what I'm doing with some characters, but it's like a lot of like the mechanics and stuff, like the V trigger stuff and whatever. It's like, I don't know. It throws me off a lot. Um and even though I've played very little of Street Fighter 6, but Street Fighter 6 like felt completely different than Street Fighter 5, like in a good way. Like it felt like so much better to play. And in other games, like Street Fighter 4 is basically like in Street Fighter 2 in a way. And they did really add too many new mechanics or anything that like throws you off or anything like that. Um so I don't know, for the most part, like I felt fine playing yeah, like playing Capcom games. But NetherRealm games, nah. Nah. So anyways, yeah. So before I get started, um okay, so I wanted to talk about my my top 10 games of the year that I have played, not top 10 games that came out this year, top 10 games that I've played, because I'm not very good at playing games that have come out near, because usually I'm like busy playing old shit still, or maybe I'm playing something that came out last year. There's only like maybe, I think there was like maybe just two new games that I played that came out last year, and I use that in quotations or an asterisk. Because one was Capcom Fighting Collection 2, and the other was Urban Myth Dissolution Center. I meant to play other games like By Sweet Carol or the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake, but I was unable to get around to doing that. So yeah, I'm just really bad at this shit. Anyways, let me find. Okay, so I'll one day I'll do this more formally online, but when I stream, but it won't be today. So all right, so this is the top 10 games that I played this year. All right. So number 10. So number 10 is Silent Hill. So yeah, so uh last year for spooky season, I played Silent Hill, and it was the first time that I played Silent Hill since it originally came out, you know, back when it did in the late 90s or whatever, for the PS1. So yeah, so we're talking like over 20 years ago at this point. Actually, you know what? Hold on real quick. I'm gonna get something to drink, and I'll be back. All right, I'm back. I'm just gonna get comfortable, and yeah. All right. So, all right. So back to Silent Hill. Yeah. So this was technically the second time that I've played it, but since it's been like literal decades since I played it, um, so a lot of it felt like newish in a way, because it's been so long. Which is in a way like kind of cool, because sometimes we not sometimes. I mean, you don't really get to experience something new, for your first time, like, again, it's like once you played a game, once you watch something the first time, It's you can't capture that feeling again. But that's where that's wrong. You can, if you give it enough time. If you wait a couple fucking decades and you go back to it, and then it just feels like all new, like, oh shit, like you're experiencing this for your first time. Like, this might as well be a blind fucking playthrough, because it was. Despite the fact that I've played this game before, but no, it felt completely new to play. And and it was pretty cool, like, playing it again. I can see and remember why, it became like such a hit when it did, and why it became, a franchise and a series for years. And even though, like, there were some iffy, like, after Silent Hill 4 The Room, like, things got a little iffy with the franchise. And then things really went, when in doubt, with um Kojima not being able to do, like, Silent Hills. And then it just left the whole series and franchise in an uncertain state, until recently, where we got a Silent Hill 2 remake. We got an all new Silent Hill game with Silent Hill F. And then we're supposed to be getting, I don't know, like, I think two more Silent Hill games. Like, I know one of them is the remake of one, and I think we're getting, like, another game, Townfall, I think. Something. So, yeah. Yeah, Konami is going, like, all in on this shit. Why? I don't fucking know. Like, they're just going all in with Silent Hill, um as opposed to something like, because they have other franchises, like Castlevania, they could try to go back to if they can. um I do not see them going back into Metal Gear except for doing remakes. That's all they can really do. Without a Kojima, or, at the very least, like, I don't know, giving someone else, like, Kojima's blessing. It's like, yeah, I don't see them being able to do much with Metal Gears except for just doing remakes. So, but yeah, that's Silent Hill. And then number 9, I put Urban Myth Dissolution Center. Um, so yeah, so this and the next couple of games, the reason why I had a really hard time figuring out 8, 9, and 10. And then ultimately I decided to put Silent Hill at number 10, because, even though Silent Hill is a great game, but it's not the best of the series. Like, 2 and 3 are, like, better than Silent Hill 1 by far. Um, so, if this was Silent Hill 2 or 3, it'd probably go higher on the list. But because it's Silent Hill 1, it's basically the game that started the series. I kind of put it lowest on the list. Especially compared to this game and its gameplay style. Urban Myth Dissolution Center, this was one of the few games that came out this year or last year that I played. Played it during spooky season. It was suggested to me by Villainous, and also the number 8 game as well. And it, it ended up being just like a cool chill game. So basically, um these are just, like, I don't know, like, chill games to play. Like, these aren't like games with, um with active, gameplay, or you're not going around like fighting or doing anything like that. It's just you're just going around, you're talking to people, trying to figure stuff out. And the game moves at your pace, and it's one of those games that it's not hard to like move the story forward or anything like that. But it was a really cool experience to do. And I think for a lot of people, they might be like, well, what's the point of playing? Why don't you just like watch it online or watch a movie or something? And because it's interactive, like whether or not like it has like gameplay, like running around and shooting things or jumping around or whatever the fuck. um it's like you control the ultimately, like, you control when the story like gets to move forward, and you get to find out shit like as it happens, or as you're gathering information and things like that. So it's the interactivity of it, and that's the whole point. Because if Urban Myth Dissolution Center or any of these type of games were instead, like, let's say, an animated series, like, yeah, it'd be cool and everything, but it would not be the same. Like, it wouldn't. The interactivity of it, the inclusion of of having the story, but being told in a game format, is what makes it, like, what makes it special. Because otherwise you can just place that argument with like any other media. You could be like, oh, what's the point of reading reading Lord of the Rings when you could just fucking watch what happens. It's like it's shit like that. And and of course there's a lot of people who really like reading the Lord of the Rings books, um and may even prefer it than to watch the movies. But anyways, yeah, no, but Urban Myth Dissolution Center had, like, it was a really cool story to follow, and I had a good time with it. It's a chill game. So that's why, like, this and number 8, which is Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood, is so low on the lists. It's because it's not my traditional gameplay style. Like, I don't normally just play chill games. But they can be like really cool, and be still like a fun and engaging experience. And Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood definitely was that, especially because, like, you play a witch who makes tarot cards, and you get to actually make the tarot cards yourself. Throughout the game has like a pretty cool story, and it's told very well. And you do get like choices and options like throughout the game, so it feels um definitely like much more like interactive. um and yeah, no, it was really fun to play through. Like, I really I did really like that game, and had a lot of fun playing it. So now we're gonna get to like my normal shit, like shit that I normally play. Number 7, Project Justice. So Project Justice probably isn't like the best Capcom fighting game, but it's a really fucking good Capcom fighting game. So this Project Justice is the sequel to Rival Schools, and Rival Schools in itself was a cool fighting game as well. It did have some jank in it. There's still some stuff that um needed smoothing or ironed out, but that's what Project Justice did. So Project Justice basically just takes Rival Schools and just fucking improves on it a lot. And then what's also cool about Project Justice was that this came out for um there, because Rival Schools came out, during the PS1 era. Project Justice came out during the Dreamcast era. So we had like a whole better, not only a whole better looking game, but also just a better playing game. It was a much smoother game to play than than Rival Schools. And Rival Schools is a really cool game to play, but this one just it smoothed out the gameplay like so much, and it made for just a better fighting game in general. uh and it's also really fun. It's really fun to play. Number 6, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge. um so yeah, I mean, Shredder's Revenge was basically a return to form for Ninja Turtles. You know, going back to the arcade style from arcade beat 'em up style from like back in the day. So having that type of game being made by a group of really talented people, and really paying homage to that era of Ninja Turtle games, and being able to play 6 players. And yeah, this game was a whole lot of fun to play, especially if you happen to have 6 players. If you can at least have a few, you're good to go. But if you can get 6 players, like, yeah, yeah. Number 5, Street Fighter Alpha 3 Upper. Street Fighter Alpha 3 is, of course, like one of the best Street Fighter Alphas. Me personally, I like Street Fighter Alpha 2 better, mostly because of its presentation. But Alpha 3, um, does get the nod here because I didn't play Street Fighter Alpha 2 this year. But also, Street Fighter Alpha 3 is a good game in itself. You have a whole lot of characters to play as, and for some characters there's like more moves and specials and stuff like that. So this is the last Street Fighter Alpha 3 is the last Street Fighter Alpha game. There's nothing after that. So um and it's a really good game, and it's probably the pinnacle of Street Fighter Alpha games. Number 4, like, basically one of my favorite fighting games, Capcom vs SNK 2. I mean, we're basically just at this point we're taking two things I really really enjoy, Capcom fighters and SNK fighters, and then putting them in a fucking game and having them fight each other. Capcom vs SNK 1 was cool, but 2 was a whole much more like better experience. And it's you have so many characters to choose from, and yeah, the game is just fucking great. Number 3 is Devil May Cry 3 for the Switch. So even though this is like the millionth time I've played Devil May Cry 3, but this is and also to keep in mind, like, I think all these games, with the exception of like Urban Myth Dissolution Center, Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood, and the number 1 game, it was my first time playing these games. Everything else, like, I've played at least once or like several times. Devil May Cry 3 was definitely one of those games. I definitely played that game a lot of times, um, and for many hours each time. But this was my first time that I played the Switch version of Devil May Cry 3, and what made that version different um, is being able to switch between all styles and all weapons at any time. You couldn't do that before because this game came from the PS3 version, or started. I mean, not PS3. Started out as a PS2 game, and you were limited to like two hand weapons and two range weapons, and that was that. Oh, and one style, and that was that until like you found a statue, or in between levels like you change shit around. But other than that, it's like, yeah, once you made your decision, like you're kind of stuck there. But with the Switch version, like, no, because in later games like Devil May Cry 4 and 5, you can already do that. You can switch between any weapons and any styles. But in Devil May Cry 3, you couldn't do that until the Switch version. And so to me, I feel like the Switch version is like the definitive version of the game to play for that reason. And it made a world of difference. Like, it's kind of crazy, but yeah, it made so much difference, like just to be able to because I think, especially with me, like, I got I played Devil May Cry 3 so much and got so good at it that there were certain like areas or levels or bosses where I would prefer to fight them as either a certain style or as a certain weapon or weapons, something. And you don't really have the opportunity to do that, but now you do here, where now you can switch it up to whatever is necessary at whatever fucking time. Because in the other versions, like there were times where it's like you do a level and then you get to a section where it's like, fuck, like so and so weapon would be really good um for here, or so and so style might be really good for here, but you don't have an opportunity to switch. And um maybe you need the other style for like most of the level or the boss, or I don't know, whatever the fuck. So now that's not an issue. And of course, Devil May Cry 3 is one of my favorite games ever. But despite that, I still had to put it to number 3, because number 2 and number 3, there were reasons that I put it as 2 and 3, even though like these are some of my favorite games ever. And it's not like the game that's at number 1 is ultimately, like, if I had to pick like a list of my like top 5 favorite games, it's not going to be on that list. It's not ultimately, like, it's not going to go over Devil May Cry 3 or my number 2 game, Final Fantasy 6. um but so Final Fantasy 6, Final Fantasy 6 is, one of my favorite like RPGs. It's my favorite Final Fantasy. It's one of my favorite SNES games. It's a lot of my favorite things. um and Final Fantasy 6, this was another game where, I've played it like several times, so this wasn't like a wholly new experience for me to play or anything. As I was familiar with a lot of it. Um, but it's always a great game to play through, and it's always like a lot of fun, and it's great story and characters, and the way that they handled the pacing of the game. A lot of issues that, especially leading up to this point, specifically, like, actually, even since going back to Final Fantasy 1, there was, they had problems and issues like finding balance between like characters. So like, for example, in the first game, you had your choice of like four characters. Like, you just pick whatever four classes of characters you want and name them whatever, and you're off. And then with the second game, they wanted characters, like they wanted set characters to be able to like tell the story and whatnot, and they did. But it wasn't really all that. Oh, hold on. Um, yeah, so number two, like they try to have like like characters to tell a story, but it's like you're kind of limited with storytelling in an RPG for an NES. And then also like the gameplay, because they were the other issue with Final Fantasy 2 was that because in Final Fantasy 1 you can just pick a class and move on, but then it's like you were kind of stuck with the classes you chose. In Final Fantasy 2 they kind of try to remedy that by like you kind of like customizing each character depending on what you use them for, which is a good idea in theory, but in execution not so much. So yeah. So then with number three, they introduced the job system. So that way you can still have your four dedicated characters and still have the job system. But again, there's only so much you can do with story and stuff for an RPG for an NES. When we get to Final Fantasy 4, this is where Square just, I don't know, they just went nuts. Like they were like, "Oh shit, we can actually tell a fucking story that we want and everything," which is cool, but it sacrificed pacing and characters to do that. Because what I mean by that is in Final Fantasy 4, as you're playing the game, at no time do you, except maybe towards the end of the game, maybe towards the end of the game, but I could be very wrong. But like you can't really, you don't really choose your party. So what happens is that you'll play, you'll start getting your party members, and then something will happen and you lose all of them or some of them or a couple of them, whatever, at a time. Then you're playing with a whole other group of characters. So you don't really get to stick with like a certain team for very long. And then there also might be people on the team that like you don't really want on your team. So then we get Final Fantasy 5, and here's where they, everything that they've been wanting to do, this is where like they start getting it right. With Final Fantasy 5, they they took what they did with Final Fantasy 3, where you now have like four, technically five, um like designated characters for the game, and they give you the job system so you can make these characters be whatever job at any time in the game. And because they did it this way, the four characters, five, that that are part of the group, um they they get to have like really great interactions with each other and get to build chemistry and stuff throughout the course of the game, which was something that they really did not do before. They kind of partially did it with Final Fantasy 4, but this was like a whole new level that they added. So now it's like not only did they get to like add like story, and Final Fantasy 4 did have character development, but here they got to now like add um like chemistry and personal connections with the characters, like for them to experience with each other. So that was really where like they were starting to get things right. So then we get to Final Fantasy 6, and this is where like this is what Square really wanted to do, because they wanted to take something like Final Fantasy 4, because in Final Fantasy 5, like, to me it's fine, but at the end of the day, it's you only have the 4, 5 characters that you ultimately play as throughout the the entirety of the game and story. So with 6, they they can now do what they wanted to do back with Final Fantasy 4, and that's have a a Final Fantasy with a bunch of different characters, but they figured shit out in such a way now that that instead of um you like okay, I'm trying to find the words to explain. So, because in Final Fantasy 4, you only had certain members at certain times of the game, and you may not see them again for quite a while. Final Fantasy 6 wasn't like that. Instead, there were a lot of times in Final Fantasy 6 where everyone was together, but they had to split off and do and do other stuff. And you got to do that and experience that. Granted, some parts you had no control over the characters or team. Other parts, yeah, you did. You got to even decide how they split off, which was cool. So this may sound like, well, does this sound like Final Fantasy 4? Not necessarily, because in Final Fantasy 4, you'll have whatever team, and then you lose them, and you lose them for quite some time. But Final Fantasy 6, not really. You play that part or that section of the game or story, and then everyone just comes back together. So it never feels like these characters are written off of the story you know for an extended amount of time. It's like, no, they're always there. It's just, everyone's doing shit. And then there's a lot of parts in the game where it's like you have access to everyone and you can pick whoever you want as a team. So with Final Fantasy 6, they found a much better balance and pacing. And being able to tell a really great story and have a really great villain, and yeah, just everything just came together really really well for Final Fantasy 6. And in a way, Final Fantasy 7 is an extension of that as well. So, it's like once Square got their shit together with Final Fantasy 5, and then they were able to replicate that success with 6, and then replicate that experience or that success again with 7, and then and then not so much after that. And then because with Final Fantasy 8, and then Final Fantasy 9 is great, um but I don't know, I don't feel like it's better than that that trifecta of Final Fantasy games that were just fucking really good, back to back to back. And then next, the number one game is Stellar Blade. So the reason why I chose Stellar Blade number one, despite the fact that Final Fantasy VI is my favorite RPG ever, one of my favorite games ever. Same thing with Devil May Cry 3, and ultimately, this is not saying that Stellar Blade is better than either of those games to me, but it was a very new experience because Final Fantasy 6 I've played multiple times. Devil May Cry 3 I played multiple times. Stellar Blade was a game that came out almost 2 years ago, and it was a completely new experience, and the game itself was just really really fucking good. I really enjoyed the gameplay. The gameplay was a lot of fun. The amount of things that you can do combat wise, the abilities, techniques, the mobility, being able to dodge, parry, counter, things like that. So it kept it kept the action like being fast paced, but not quite like one where you could just like mash your way through, especially in regards to like boss fights. Where unless you're really leveled, but even then it's like nah, you got to be like really careful um fighting bosses and stuff, and it made it a lot of fun. And I enjoyed the level design, and music was really good. It's yeah, like I played that game for like over 100 hours, like between getting the platinum and unlocking, like getting all the upgrades and items and outfits and whatever. Like yeah, this game like really like engulfed me. Whereas with Final Fantasy 6 and Devil May Cry 3, these were games that I've played multiple times already, so they had their time in the sun. And with Final Fantasy 6, like I think I spent like maybe 30 hours or so around there, playing the game, and that was that. Like once I finished, like that was that. Yeah, it was a great fucking 30 hours, but that was it. Devil May Cry 3, um, this one, like I didn't sit there and do everything like I normally do with Devil May Cry 3. I kind of just, I did a lot of stuff. I upgraded a lot of things, but I didn't upgrade everything. I didn't do all the secret missions. I think I'm only missing three. But I didn't do all the secret missions. I kind of just played through it for fun, and then that was it. But no, but this game like really fucking engaged me. So this is why like I gave it the number one spot. So yeah, so there you go. My top 10 games that I played last year. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get started in a bit. Let me just get comfortable here. Oh yeah, I think I have to connect my controller. Fuck, I gotta connect my controller. Let me go get my controller real quick. Right back. Actually, I should probably use the restroom also. All right, I'm back. All right, I should probably move some stuff around. Hold on. Okay, I gotta set the controls. Did I not plug this in? I did. It's plugged in. Why is it not working? All right, let me restart this. Actually, I don't know what's point of me doing that because it's going to reset anyways. Will it work now? No. All right. Okay. All right. Well, now it's letting me input. For some reason, like this is the only emulator where it's like if I boot it up without the controller, it just resets my shit. So we're gonna try to play this game for as long as I can, because I don't have work tomorrow. I don't have anything else to do tonight. So we're gonna try to play this for as long as I can tolerate and I feel like and whatever. So hopefully that'll mean we can get pretty far. I get poisoned because I attacked him or something? It's gonna have resistance. Yeah. I didn't read what that is. Oh, okay. Next time I'll do it. Jeez. And it's like a 30 resistance too, which is like kind of big in this game. Because it's like the most damage that... Oh, great. Because like the most damage that you can do at a time is like, I don't know, like usually around like maybe 50 to 60 or so if you're lucky. So to have a resistance of 30, like maybe if it was 20, but to have a whole resistance of like 30, and there's like a lot of characters who like their attack is like 30. So I just gotta keep doing this, which sucks. And this has been happening a lot. Okay, welcome to Haunter. So what's this gonna be? Select this one. Okay. Well, I kind of do because If I had one more turn, I could have beaten him. This is gonna be annoying because we put a flying monster up. Oh shit, I fucked up. Shit. So this is one of the... I need another fighting. You bitch. I hate this game. I can see why it didn't come out in America or outside of Japan in general. Oh shit, I didn't realize that double fireless anything. I have one. Fuck. Okay. Oh, well, not that it'd be too...
Mm.
But I think I can only get like one status effect at a time. Like, I can't get like Yeah, this is gonna be a while. This is gonna fucking be a while. Because it's not just like, oh, I go in a room, maybe I face like a couple people, then I face like the master. Like, nah, I gotta go through like multiple people to get to this aspect. So yeah, even if I play the next few hours, like, dude, I'm not doing this tonight. is gonna be annoying because he has a fucking Zapdos. He's gonna have resistance against fighting. It's gonna take a while. Damn, I was gonna have Machoke and Machop. Didn't he have a Dragonair evolution? Yeah, I'm confused. Ugh, this bitch. It's fine, he can't do anything unless he has like 4 fucking lightning. if I fucking gave myself that energy. Motherfucker. Give me 1 second. Villainous. Okay, so I'll read what Valenna's sent me. She sent me a thing about how life is a video game and here are the rules. If you don't choose a main quest, the system auto-assigns one. Default quest line: school, 9 to 5, marriage, mortgage, and then retire. Most players will never open the quest log. Your spawn point is pure RNG. Some players start with more gold. Others roll higher INT or intelligence, charisma, or luck. Complaining doesn't re-roll your character. Your base stats are fixed. At character creation, you roll once. High intelligence, lean into your knowledge. High strength, build something with your strength. Forcing the wrong class drains stamina faster. Your build is fully customizable. Base stats are locked, build trees are not. You can respect careers, habits, and identity, but it costs time, gold, and ego. Experience only comes from reps. Watching guides doesn't equal experience. Planning doesn't equal experience. Your only action fills the experience bar. Grinding beats talent builds. Talent is a passive buff. Consistency is a legendary item. Most players quit before the payoff. I can be pretty consistent though. Mostly because I'm fucking stubborn. Okay, this is a single-player campaign with multiplayer modes. You experience the game through your own POV, but guilds, mentors, and parties stack powerful buffs if you choose them wisely. Side quests unlock hidden perks, health relationships, curiosity, and play don't look productive, but they boost long-term stats and unlock late-game content. That's actually kind of true. Okay. Comparison applies a permanent debuff. Different spawns, different maps, different difficulty settings. Focus on your own. You choose the win condition. There is no global leaderboard. Early retirement, creative freedom, mastery piece. Pick your ending before the credits roll. I guess before you die. Damn, I already have to fight it. was like totally thinking about something else. Like a type Pokemon you can actually damage with whichever attack. And that sounds good, I guess. I should pick it up that. Electric Snowstorm? Is that a thing? All I have is fucking If I could get a fucking Graveler, that'd be great. That was a good way to see it. There is a Graveler. Okay, there's a Graveler here. Why is Voltor weak against Or just because he's a great Pokemon? I don't know. I'm not sure. But they do as a normal Pokemon, so this is actually What? Claim the flying Pokemon. Oh my god. I hate this game. Like, it's not even a fucking flying Pokemon. Like, why? What? Because it's a fucking bird? Alright, just give me a fucking Graveler. Or this motherfucker. Actually, no, or fucking Macho. That's what I fucking need. Until then, I'm just gonna put energies on him and we'll like fucking draw Gravelers. I can't do anything. Because this game is fucking annoying. Yes. This game is actually nice to me for once. Oh, because I fucking killed one of her Pokemons while they're on bench. Nice. Oh, dark. Oh, but I need a dark ward. Like how she's like, it's all you, Gokuma. Go, go, go. Oh, isn't that the one I just got? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Damn, and I had just gotten that Dark Blastoise. Oh, I already had a Blastoise. Oh, oh, these are different ones. Oh shit. Wait, no, they do the same shit. They do the same shit, just different pictures. So anyways. this matchup. I'm gonna use the restroom. Wait. Remove all bombs. Motherfucker. much better Raichu than the one I had before. God damn, this guy's a fucking dick. To be fair, that water deck actually wasn't too bad. Compared to the other makeshift decks that I have, like, that one actually might be usable. So I might actually hold on to that one, just in case. The only thing that sucks is that I don't have, like, a lot of the stuff that I have, like, in my fighting deck. Alright, I'm gonna save it and then I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Got something to blow my nose. You son of a bitch. thought Ice Beam was more powerful. Yeah, I really should have let it through. talking about. Okay, so maybe I can kill him. Okay, good. Oh, this is new. Oh. That's interesting. If I would have gotten the extra 20, I probably would have. Alright, I could end this next Right. I completely forgot about that shit. You know what? I'm gonna skip this one because I don't feel like dealing with it shit. Oh wait, I didn't even know. Or will I still? Oh, okay, awesome. It's like 3 turns in a row. I got tails. Wait, did she have another Articuno? That's 4 times in a row. like what? Like 4 or 5 times in a row, like computer got hit. Yeah, I'm not sure either. You bitch. Oh, so if I do, that's right. I keep fucking forgetting like stupid shit like that. Even if I were to hit him, like it would only take like 1 damage off. Still, you know, if I was able to at least get, like, hit it a couple times, it would have been dead. I can't believe it took me this long just to fucking kill, like, 2 Pokemon. And now, like, she has fucking another, like, I need my fucking Golem. Bitch! Or fucking Machamp right now. That's like what, 6 times in a row? Oh, guess not a 7th time. Not need that much. I could beat her like before I run out of cards. Definitely not using Bill. Definitely not using that card. Like, watch it go through if I used it. I thought this bitch had Storm. Whatever. Alright, just in case like there's some bullshit involved, I'm gonna do some shit. Hold on. Actually worked. Now I got fucking gold. Do you even have any more energy? Yeah, you do. Bro. I beat this bitch with like no cards in my deck. Also, there was something that I realized about this game that, because going into it, like I completely didn't think about it like this whole time, but going into it, because I think by the time this game came out, Pokemon Gold and Silver came out, but like there's no Pokemon from Gold and Silver, so it's like, I don't know, I find it really weird that they came out with this game. Oh, okay, interesting. Like, I don't know why Primeape sucks. So it's like, instead they went with like the whole dark theme. But I don't know. It's because maybe they were making this game like around the same time maybe Gold and Silver was being made, and you know, and also like I think they also go by the cards. So maybe at that time there weren't like Gold and Silver cards or something. I don't know, man. But I find it weird that they didn't wait or something. I don't know. Like, I wanted to get started on the fire one, and like maybe if I'm lucky, like fucking beat it. But like I'm planning on just playing for like 30 more minutes and then hopping off. Wait, didn't I have did something happen? Did I have to discard my cards or something? I could have sworn I had a fucking Machoke in my hand. Did he play something? I could have fucking sworn I had a fucking Machoke in my hand. Son of a bitch. Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure I had a Machoke in my hand, and I didn't notice, like, he did, like, some fucking played something underneath his card. I didn't realize there were any cards in, or anything in this game that made me discard, except for, oh yeah, oh, he might have played, I think there was one card that makes me discard all my cards and it makes me draw 7 new ones, but I didn't have 7 new cards, so I don't fucking know. I don't think so. I was paying attention. I'm just trying to fucking get through this. Luckily, since it's normal, I don't take extra damage. Computer error? What does that do?
I'm not quite sure how to do that.
Bitch, shut up. I was talking. You may draw up to 5 cards. Then your opponent may draw up to 5 cards. The turn is over now. Oh, okay. I think I read that. So I can at least maybe start the fire and maybe these fights have like, oh, that's the fighting fortress. Oh, did I say fighting? No, I meant fire. Actually, what's the deal with this calendar? Okay, I'm not gonna do the firewall. Dude, I did not expect this game to take so long because the first game did not take me that long to get through. And I didn't even cheat in that one either. Like, well, I did, but only so I could have like a really good deck because I unlocked all the cards. But other than, you know, and then I can make multiple decks. But other than that, like, no, I didn't cheat, and the game didn't take me that long. Like, after I finish it, I'll check my save. But I don't think it's taking that long. I don't know. Now I'm curious. Hold on. I'm gonna check. So I gotta save this real quick. And then let me... No, it didn't. Look, dude, it took me fucking 12 hours to beat the fucking game. And I think I'm gonna be double that by the time I finish it. And that's like doing everything too. I think I have a chance. Do I have... Oh, which reminds me. Wait, how am I supposed to... Yeah, because I did the thing, and how am I supposed to do what I did? They're like, oh, like, check your mailbox. Like, what mailbox? I don't... Maybe this one? New computer? There we go.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Fucking... No one's talking to you. I literally didn't even say computer that time. Like, thank you for fucking telling me. Yeah, because so far, how long have I been playing this game? Yeah, like almost 20 hours. And I still have more to do. Oh, okay. I just have to beat these people later. God damn it. Alright, so I guess I'll try to get through this and then I'll have to start fire or whatever like tomorrow. You bitch. I'm just doing this for memories. Fucking bitch. I've been doing it for the lulz as fucking much as possible. Unless like he's been had go karts. Well, probably not. It's probably because of me. It's probably because of me. that matter? It would have killed him anyways. I guess lightning Pokemon are weak against fighting. I don't know how that makes sense. Oh, it better be fucking tails. It better be tails. Yes. So we're ending this next time. Not that would have mattered. Oh, it's this fucker. Motherfucker! Here we go. This could have been over next fucking round. Of course. Give me a fucking Macho, please. Give me a fucking Macho. Of course. I fucking hate this game. Oh, now. Motherfucker just making me have to like, and this happens a lot in this game. Like every time I'm like a turn away from like killing someone, like bullshit happens, and then that's when like they start getting their Pokemon. I don't know, man. This game's like really fucking annoying with the fucking status ailments. Like damn near every fucking card has like a fucking status effect thing. It's not that damn near every card does, but like definitely like the fucking computer, what they fucking put in their decks, like for sure. Switch next turn. Oh, now you want that. Oh, he didn't even... I could have fucking... It wouldn't have mattered, because I would have still needed a whole lot of that took a long time for like no fucking reason. course, I always get fucking fighting energy or like energy surge, whatever. And of course, I'm not. Of course. Oh, yeah, that's right. I knew that would just fucking mess up. I'm probably gonna do it anyways. Yeah, there's other Pokemon weaker. I'll try to handle that. I had done self-destruct. I think I already have this card, but this is what it's just a different picture. Oh, and the next GR Cup? Because I noticed that all the people that I fought were people that already fought against. And I'm thinking like there might be another GR Cup, like if I get more further into the game. Pretty sure I had that before. Why is this game just giving me a bunch of cards for? This is something I don't have. Alright, next time I come out of here, because I gotta fight 3 people before I get to him. Oh, and there's this dude. Oh, I think I actually do have a Dark Charizard. Oh, okay. Because I don't have a normal Charizard. And I think the Dark Charizard gave me during your turn before you attack, you may turn all energy attached to Charizard into fire energy for the rest of the turn. Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, yeah. Always with this shit, with the fucking discarding shit. Alright, so this is gonna be a fight over here. So I'm gonna save, and then I'm gonna have to suck for now. So, you know, I did get further into the game, but not as much as I would have liked. But, we got 3 of the coins. I did one of the GR cups, or one of the challenge cups. I'm assuming, like, if I keep getting further, there'll be more challenge cups. Yeah, this game's gonna take a while to beat. Like I said, like the last game I played, like it took me like 12 hours to beat. Like it was not a long game to play through. Like I got through it like very quickly. I think because once I built like you know, a pretty good deck, yeah, I was able to rampage through. But also, like, I don't remember, like, you know, all the computer opponents, like, having, like, all these fucking cards that do status effects and all that kind of bullshit. So, it's like, yeah, I could give my deck, you know, cards to heal me from that and shit like that, but, you know, I would have to try to draw, and then even if I did, like, the next fucking turn, we're gonna do it again anyways. So, that's why, like, a lot of these matches have been drawn out, is because of that shit. So, yeah, so I think so far, I played almost 20 hours. I think I did save it already, but yeah, so I played almost 20 hours, and, like, we're barely halfway done with this part of the game. So, Yeah, I was really hoping that I would have been done with this game like before the end of this long weekend. But no, I don't. That's not gonna happen. This is a much longer game than than the first one, because in the first game, like, you go to a place, like, you do like a few duels, you fight the person, and then that's it. Like, you move on to the next, and then you know, it just went like that until you got to the very end, and that was it. And I think there was like one challenge thing that maybe I did or something, but you know, that was that. It didn't take me that long to get through each gym. But in this game, like, I had to get the Great Rocket people like off the fucking island. And then I played a few more people, so before I left for the Great Rocket Island, so I can unlock new cards, and it ended up being not very helpful, but I did it anyways. And then now I'm here, and yeah, so like I said, so far we did the first 3 gyms and did the challenge thing, but you know, it's like we're not even halfway through. Like, once we do this one, the fire gym, then we'll be halfway through, but definitely still have more to go. As far as tomorrow goes, I'm not sure when I'll do my best to sign on tomorrow for sure. I just don't know what time. I have to figure out because tomorrow I think Poppy wanted to meet at McDonald's for McDonald's breakfast. It depends if I'm gonna wake up early or not, because right now it's late. It's almost 12:30. By the time I go to bed, it'll probably be like after 1, maybe 2. So I would have to, I don't know, if I wake up on my, like, I'm not pressuring myself. Like, I'm not gonna set the alarm, be like, oh, like, I gotta wake up by 7. No, like, I will sleep. If my body happens to just naturally wake up by like 7 or 8 at the latest, I can go try to take like a quick shower, and then head over head over to McDonald's. But if not, yeah, I'm not gonna stress about it. I definitely want to work out a bit tomorrow. If I can, I would like to take a walk around. I didn't today because like it was snowing earlier, so I didn't go out for a walk. But I think tomorrow it is not. Yeah, it's not snowing. It's gonna be stupid cold, but it's not snowing or anything. So I might go out for a walk tomorrow. So yeah. But yeah, I'll try to do my best to sign on and stream, and then that way, you know, if I could at least play a couple hours, that might just be a couple more gyms, and that's it. But I'm probably going to be on this game for a bit. I didn't expect it to be so long, and it's probably going to be a few hours more until I get to finish it. So, anyways, alright. So that's it for me for tonight. I'll do my best to sign on tomorrow, and at least try to play a couple hours. I don't know. We'll see how tomorrow goes. And then as far as the rest of the week's schedule, I don't know. I don't have too much going on. Probably on Tuesday, I'll probably do kickboxing, but I'll still try to make time to come back and stream. Maybe. I'll try, even if it's just to play for an hour. I'll do my best. Wednesday, I'll probably go to the gym, and yeah, I'll probably go to the gym, and then you know, but I'll still try and make time to stream. Thursday I'll probably do kickboxing again, but I'll still be able to stream. Friday I don't think I have any plans at all that Friday. Saturday I have plans, but it's kind of more towards the evening. If I don't go out for a walk that day and work out and stuff, then I might be able to stream before I go out. If not, if I end up doing all that stuff, then for sure I'm not gonna be able to stream. And then I don't know about Sunday because I think one of my friends, Kate, who's been on the stream, I think she needs company while she cleans her apartment, so I might do that on Sunday. And you know, all depending on what time I go there and what time leave or whatever. Yeah. So anyways, but yeah, yeah. So it depends like what time she needs me there by and what time I leave. I think last time we did that, I think I got there like, I don't know, like later in the day, and I think I left by evening, like late evening or something. So yeah, I don't know, I gotta talk to her more about this. But yeah, so far that's my schedule. So I should be able to play throughout the rest of the week, unless like, you know, things go a little long with the gym and with and with kickboxing. But as long as I get back home and shower and then like hop on to play, even if it's for like an hour, I'll try my best to do that. But yeah, I should be good to go the rest of the week. So hopefully by the end of the fucking week, before the weekend, like we can fucking just finish this game. But who the fuck knows? But yeah, and then this weekend I might not be free. I might be busy. And then I think next weekend I'm busy also. So yeah. Anyways, alright. So I guess have a good night, morning or day, whatever, and we'll see you next time. Later.